Hey, you alright? Hey, you alright?
This is the rarest Enderman ever found in Minecraft. This leather helmet's enchantment is so rare, you'll think that we cheated it in with creative. Because these are the rarest things that you could possibly find in Minecraft.
And hey, according to YouTube, no one's ever subscribed to the channel with the back of their finger. So if you're up to the challenge, whack the back of your index finger on that red sub button below. It's free, and it helps advertise.
It's the rarest biome in Minecraft. Now, you might be inclined to say something like a mushroom fields biome, because obviously those are pretty hard to find. But the truth often is much stupider than it seems. And really, the rarest biome in Minecraft by far is the modified jungle edge biome. Yeah, I know, by looking at it, it doesn't seem that special. Really, there's nothing visually to it that is. But this can only happen when a swamp and a jungle are touching. And because of the way that Minecraft's old terrain generation used to work, these only cover a mere 0.0001% of the world's field. For that perspective, the mushroom fields biome covers 0.1%. 1,000 of the world. You're 1,000 times more likely to find a mushroom fields biome where you couldn't find one of these. So I would say if you could find it, it's worth building a base at. It's really not. It looks fine, but that much rather prefer What's the biggest vein of diamonds that you've ever seen? 4 diamonds in a row? Maybe 8? How about 64 diamond blocks all generated in one block? Yeah, no joke. And this happens is that if you have diamonds spawn in each edge, and then 4 chunks line up like this, you can luck out just right to 64 of the diamond ores put together in such a shape. This looks like one of the mega veins of iron or coal we can generate in the world. And now the only thing I can think about is going through this with a fortune pickaxe. In Job Edition, we have zombie jockeys that ride on chickens. But a whole bunch of other mobs. As weird as it seems, if you happen to be near a village where a baby zombie tries to spawn, it can actually spawn on top of a cat. Which is weird, but it's also incredibly cute. Up until the point that it hits you, but I guess that's most cute things. So, I'll let this slide. Here we've got a shipwreck that didn't actually wreck. It's just a ship. Once the game messes up where the water was supposed to be, you can actually see this rare sight of a ship spawning completely above water. Well, this example that we're showing here is from the Bedrock Edition. It can actually happen in Java as well. You just might need to rely on something else in the village that throws off the game's world generation. After all, how do you use the world generation in passing? So something like a village would spawn first, then the game would have thought there was supposed to be an ocean there, and one would not get the shipwreck up here on 2024. I guess they're still making a shipwreck since I've ever subscribed to one of these on land. That also looks a lot of beat that. Let's try to get it up 5 seconds on the clock. What's the rarest diamond mine now? Well, we might think diamonds because, let's be honest, we want those a lot more, but enjoy the video. The rarest block you can find machine and death slate emerald ore. To put that in perspective, if you only have to find 25 diamond ore, seamlessly carries over 1 sweat emerald. The reason is that emeralds are supposed to generate up to the top of this world. And only countless biome. Just for the same reason that deep slate also is a rare block, these deep slate emeralds become just that rare. So if you find one of your friends' base, today, you got a wish. We can get plenty of emeralds, we cannot get plenty of these too. Minecraft wasn't made of cute. I mean, it sounds like it's unquestioned, right? Your luck's it's so rain and everything, but if I don't keep looking at it, here we've got powerful, really impressive features that make us shoot slave. Outside of Mission 5, we're talks that we used to do that. So when you start to go into the comics, you have to get one of these like a Minecraft person that one in a billion. I would not prepare once you get out anyway. Let it shake out and just tap. In Minecraft, we've got two different things. Blocks of the game. It's possible that if you place down a load of
Hey, you alright?
fact that an enderman can stand in the water inside of a cauldron and not mind it at all. Even though the smallest range makes a freak out and teleport away. And perhaps the strangest one is that even though we're not going to place water inside of the nether, if you place it inside of a piping hot iron cauldron, then it doesn't boil away. In fact, it's the only way to have water in the nether. And at that point, it just seems like the cauldrons can't decide whether they do or do not want to be actual water. If you get in a boat and ride it off the cliff, you won't take any fall damage. That's not the weird part. The weird part is that if you take a boat and ride it off of specifically a 49 block tall fall, then you'll die of fall damage. And the boat breaks too. Now, that'd be okay if 49 blocks is the limit, but the fact that you're able to fall from over 50 blocks tall and still survive, I don't get what's so special about block number 49. Or when you fall from a 114 block fall, then both you and the boat survive, but then when you get out, the boat will still break. And again, that's only block 114. Not good enough.
Alright, pop quiz. How do you spawn a wither if there's realistic gravity? Because if you hold the shape like you used to, it's just gonna fall apart. And that doesn't make for much of a wither. It really just makes a mess. But that's fine, because there is a way to still solve this. Now, the only way to spawn the wither is to place this T-shape of block sideways. Works now. River, which would give you more than a few problems, both above ground and below it. And while this could technically happen with the ocean too, unless the cave's very big, you're really not going to see much of a depth. All of that to say, be careful, because I don't think placing a few doors to get an air bubble is going to help you this time. At first glance, this parkour jump looks impossible. It simply is. It is, unless you jump at the exact right moment. And while Will have built the system and know exactly when that moment is, your friends chasing after you, you're not going to know their road and they fall just one block gap,
Hey,
you're also going to have to
right.
live with the fact that they're not as good at parkour as you. Honestly, I think that's a bigger insult. It's like a lose-lose.
This game is only possible on Bedrock conditions. Since in Java, you only transparent pixels in the first skin layer, and just turn them black instead. But in Bedrock, that's not the case. And the only requirement for Bedrock is that you have just one visible pixel, making for this perfect camouflage skin. Now that everything has gravity, if you try to build a piston door in the usual way, everything's gonna fall apart. But you see as much from this basic 2x2 works. And if you understand the redstone, it's not gonna make the cut. And you'll find that the only workaround to get this working in your world is that you must have the pistons both open and closed simultaneously. Otherwise, you're just left with a bunch of redstone bits falling through the cracks. And that'll be especially true if you try to build a door any larger than this one. If that was hard here, it's close to impossible with these other options. So I mentioned that it makes sense to take damage from magma blocks. Oh, that's still true, but what doesn't make sense is that when you sneak down on the magma blocks, then you don't take any damage. And I've heard a reasoning that when you hold in sneak, you're supposed to be walking more carefully on the stones of the magma. That's all well and good, but what's even more confusing is that when you go underneath a slab like this, visually, it still looks like you're crouching down. But if you're not holding that sneak key, the game thinks you're not, and you just defy damage the same. Anyone who played Minecraft in the past knows that boats used to be fragile little things, and you'd be lucky to get through a swamp without smashing it into planks and sticks. Nowadays, that's thankfully patched, but with a machine like so, you can remember those old days in somewhat of a strange way. With a wave machine like this, the force of the slime blocks will cause the boat's hitbox to launch up, and then slowly maneuver back to the ground. Now, if you were to drop a gravity block on top of the village's roof, it'll slide down the steps and land on the ground instead, which I guess makes some sense given all the slopes in Minecraft is the closest we got. I also never thought that the stairs would be this slippery, but at the very least I'm thankful that we never fall down them in the same way. And with this new feature for stairs, animals can finally destroy crops. Since in the past, if you dropped an anvil on a crop, then that wheatgrass would be able to break it all the same. And I doubt on the original irony is devastating the seeds. Now if you finish the crop will destroy the crop, leave our anvil intact. Most of us know the Easter egg to turn mobs upside down, but did you know that that works for us too? See, if you play on Bedrock Edition and you're not signed in, you can change your name to Grummer Dinnerbone, you'll flip around just the same. If you were to find yourself an Ice Spikes biome, then you're in for a show. Because now, any of the ice variants, whether that's path, blue ice, or regular, they'll all break if they fall from a height of more than 3 blocks. And they also don't generate any water when they fall, which, don't get me wrong, is cool to watch, but it's immediately considered to build an ice highway over the nether. But with how dangerous the nether appears to be these days, it might not have been your first choice for a highway anyway. The only way that I would consider even doing this is building it up on the nether rim. If it isn't bedrock, I don't trust it. If you look at a sheep, it doesn't seem like the smartest of mobs. But what if I told you that these things are actually masters of disguise? Or at least they will be. See, by setting up command blocks that we have here, our sheep turn from mindless mobs into proper chameleons, being able to blend in with their surroundings like so. Although they probably don't run across colors this vibrant in the wild, it is still cool to see this effect in action. And honestly, it's a lot more unique than just yet another sheep named Jeff.
Minecraft stacks by default only go up to 60. But there's something secret that happens when you get a stack of items larger than 1,073,741,823. And you're able to find it out with this mod. The mod stacker, you're able to change the config to have up to 1 billion items in one stack. And when you have to hover over the items to just see how many you have in that stack, you know that you're pretty rich. And honestly, for how fast some farms can get in the game, it would be funny to see all of that output put into one single item slot. Oh, and what's the secret thing that happens when you get your item stacked over that limit? Well, thanks to the integer limit, the game just crashes. I guess we only go up to 64 for a reason, huh? If you use a silver pickaxe to break a skull creeper, then when you place it back down, you won't spawn a warden. Which sounds like a downside, but to us, it's the ultimate benefit. Since by following after green and taking a bunch of these skull creepers and putting them in your friend's base, even if they're not spawning a warden, you're still gonna give off the sound like they do. You can stack up the volume until eventually you crowd the sounds we stop at 247 because that's the literal limit for where Minecraft stops playing noises. But believe me, even at that number, that's pretty more than enough to rupture our headphones. Because the way the scope sensor gives off a redstone signal, literally every step that they're taking trying to find this, just keep setting off that noise. Giving you plenty of bang for what should have just been a useless shooter. With realistic water physics, we can completely transform this river, since all it takes is for us to dig an alternative route for the river to flow, and it'll go there. The rest of the water level is slightly lower, which is a weird sight, but it means that if you're dedicated enough, you could use this technique to actually drain the original branch of the river, and then you'll just be left with a dry riverbed, which, who knows, could be handy to stop drown mobs from spawning next to your base. You'll just have to pick the right location to flow the rest of the water into, since it doesn't easily disappear. Minecraft's a game made of cubes, not circles. So, how does this work? Or really, there's actually no circles here. We're just getting the illusion of one by changing the line thickness outside of the circumference. So while the lines are nice and thick inside of what would have been a circle, when it gets to the outer edge, they fade off to the regular line width. Which not only gives us this cool circle effect, it also gives the illusion of depth too, making it seem as if the circle is placed inside of these different pyramids. When really, there's no pyramids, there's no circle. The image is entirely flat. Pigs and saddles are somewhat of a laughing stock when it comes to transportation, but what they lack on the ground, they more than make up for in the skies. It turns out that with the right technique, we can tie a lead between a light-dragon saddle pig and essentially create a two-person rideshare. Is it practical? I've got no clue, but clearly it's a sight to see. So if you've got both the leads and pigs to spare, it's well worth your time to try this out on the server. And if you start from the right height, you might just clear some serious business with your friend in tow, which I think is just fantastic. This angle, my skin looks fine. In actuality, we've been flipping around so that my textures of my skin are actually playing on my back, which gives you a great way to mess with your friends. And you go one step further to keep up the facade, play in third-person mode with F5, then you can navigate while keeping your skin properly. That is, it's not a big deal. Coaching has never cared much for the laws of physics, and there have been plenty of posts made complaining about these nonsensical bits in Minecraft. I mean, we're even guilty of that ourselves. So who among us will complain about being able to become an actual waterbender? See, by using sticky pistons and honey blocks, we can make the water fall where we want it to, and then once you remove it, it will actually stay that way. So we can put a structure, pour some water over top, and then break all of the blocks that you used when you're done. I mean, if you wanted to, you could use lava as well to make your own kind of lava. To me, it looks more like a fire hazard. And really, however you choose to use this trick, it's sure to impress even the most seasoned players. In Minecraft, it's often easy to accumulate your fair share of junk. And while throwing that stuff into a fire is a fun pastime, what if you really want to get rid of something? Like, say there's some chance you came across a particularly cheap piece of netherite. Well, if you don't have a cactus on hand, then there is one option that we tend to neglect. Items are entities, just like you and me. And that means that these things have a kill switch. So if you take an anvil sky high and drop it on the thing of items, it'll delete the stuff from existence. It's almost like we're creating our own kind of item execution system. But if you really want to get rid of your friend's diamonds, this will do the trick and then some. You've heard the saying when pigs fly, but how about strikes? And sure enough, back in snapshot 20W14A, we used a fishing rod
Bedrock pull up a Strider into the air and then jump on it, it would just float in place. And then you could even ride it and move around while it's floating. And even though that got patched out, there is still a way to make a Strider float. If you jump off a cliff with a couple of warp funguses on a stick, then when you scroll through the gum, the Strider glitches out and it slowly descends down the fall. Let's take a look at this confusing display. Since from this angle, we just have a dirt block floating in a room, but it gets even weirder when we step to this side. Not only is the wall that should have been here disappear, but now our dirt blocks turn into copper. And then with another rotation, our copper turns into gold. And honestly, I think we have this alchemy thing figured out. If we walk around to the last remaining wall, you'll see that the gold turned into diamond. And I'll say that if this was a multiple choice test, I think the answer's pretty easy. Since that's where you get the right block. But sometimes you just need to look at something from a different point of view to end up getting the best return. When Mojang makes a change, they aren't always decisive. And sometimes that means a feature gets added in and then removed in a later update. So this seems particularly indecisive. Because back in the internet stages of Minecraft, the wrong feature about something was changed to not decay, then decay once again, which is quite the identity crisis, but luckily it's been solved. Instead of building a volcano in your next Minecraft, you can really just build a portal, since that's what user Potato Boy did on Reddit and got the exact same effect. Now, thanks to the immersive portal spot, you set up a portal on the other side of the nether, and then when we glance through the top of our so-called volcano, we can plant these strings of the fire and the flames. And with shaders like they're using here, the effect gets even better. And sacrificing people in the nether is going to be even better at getting the job done than some volcano would. So get ready for a bountiful harvest this year. Press the button, we're able to open up this door, but not in the way that you think. The way we do this is just by retexturing different things to look like our iron doors. So for the first one, we got trap doors, and then for the next we use a TNT duper to blast our way through. And my personal favorite is seeing this sand door pressing the button, and instead of falling, it's really just going up into the sky. Is it happening wrong? I honestly don't know. But they did do a behind the scenes video where you can see how this actually happens. That and the original video are very cool. Not obviously confusing. Instamining is one of the simple joys of Minecraft, which is why it can be frustrating when something breaks your stride. And while plenty of things can do that, nothing jumps the world from cobblestone. As it is, cobblestone takes longer to break than normal stone. And maybe it's just me, but it seems odd that a block that's clearly already broken and smashed up takes longer to break than a solid like regular stone. Unless Steve adds some concrete or pastes cobblestone after mining it, it just doesn't make sense. And like I said, if you ever tell friends to download a resource pack, then one of the funniest ones that you can trick them into getting is the Fresh Animations Villagers. Now, the Fresh Animations pack is great. It's hard to argue that the villagers don't look really silly. This green showed off, and strange little beats and download this. I mean, it's good enough to make me laugh. I hope to make them too. This was once one of the rarest blocks in Minecraft. At least one of the rarest to find. Because prior to version 1.8, chiseled bricks didn't have any kind of crafting recipe. So the only way that you could find one of these outside of a creative mode menu would have been inside of a jungle temple. Which alone is where they existed in jungle biomes, which also happen to be rare. So you're gonna have to go through quite the journey just to build with one of these in your world. Thankfully, now they have a crafting recipe. Where Mojang deleted Minecraft? Yeah, it sounds silly, but back in the beta version from 1.1, if you launched Minecraft, everything would seem to be normal. Except for when the game actually launched, you would see there was no text anywhere. Yep, all of the Minecraft font completely gone. Even in-game, all the item names have completely disappeared. And you also couldn't see the item quantity, which is made particularly bad by the fact that the early textures were pretty tough to make out. So if you didn't have text to guide your hand, who's to say what any of these actually were? Minecraft has blocks and it has mods. And oftentimes you don't see the two sides mix, but that changes today. Since with help of cleverly coded falling sand entities and armor stands, this Reddit user was capable of animating a proper functioning jumping pistons high. And folks, this isn't done with any mods or resource packs, but in fact, it's fully possible using just command blocks or data packs. And the results are equal parts ridiculous and impressive to see. And honestly, this just feels like a Pixar reference waiting to happen. It's weird to think about that when the elytras were first added into the game, there wasn't a way to make them fly. Rather, they were way more of a gliding technique. That is, until players found out the unintentional way of putting their bow to use. As you can see, when you're flying around with an elytra, all it takes is hitting yourself with a couple of punch-2 arrows, and boom, you're flying off into the indefinite. Now, even if we wouldn't exactly call this a bug, it definitely wasn't what Mojang had in mind. So, as a response to the 1.11 snapshot 16W58, that's when we got the intended way of doing this, which was, of course, firework rockets. And thank goodness for that, because the last thing I'm trying to do while I'm exploring for hours. Yeah, I don't get it either. I also can't get anyone who's able to run, period. But after looking at this on the Rocket X10, I can at least see some of the fun to it. At first, though, this seems like a pretty cramped hallway. About halfway through, we're walking through an immersive portal, but we're not actually walking to the other side of the hallway, but rather falling into it. So eventually, we have this repeating circle of illusion. And, we might not want to eat before you try this one. It can get a little disconcerting, but come on, it's still pretty cool. Warden's a tough bottle check. You can't drown or burn alive. So if you were to put it on top of a pad of magma blocks, it would never die. But if you put those same magma blocks underwater, it also can never escape. Its movement speed is too slow to escape the current, you just spin around in a circle like a rocket, which is hilarious to watch, but still don't get too close to it. Otherwise, it could still just solid boom attack and make it a lot less funny to watch. Beacons are a sight we're all familiar with, but maybe not like this. No, even if this seems cursed, the tech to pull it off is surprisingly simple. See, beacons are transparent blocks, meaning beacon beams can act like beacons. So if you have the spare blocks on hand, you make some kind of a custom beacon control. Although this does wind up being a pretty expensive facade, the results are definitely unique. And it might be the perfect prank for your next friend's visit. When you're talking about Minecraft illusions, there's truly nothing you can do better than the immersive portals mod. Well, believe me, well, look at this. Now, that is a village, but it's also laid out on top of our table. And this isn't the mini village mod. What's actually happening is that you place a large portal over a village and then connect it through a smaller portal inside of a room. Then, because of the way that it scales things differently with projection, it'll make it look as if that entire village has been shrunk down to a teeny size. Giving you a cute little desk ornament, and give it a terrifying realization. Busted by God. We don't think of experience orbs as entities, but after this experiment, we think of them as monsters. Since without a bottle of enchanting through one of these portals, you have the experience orbs that it's dropping get bigger and bigger in size. So eventually, as we can see from Theo Monte, it's going to be something just that Disney scene. This one looks like a giant slime with a giant still gives you the regular amount of experience. But if that bumps you out, no worries. Since we can also shrink them down through that same system, we just can't even see them. It's just gaining experience for nothing. I think it's kind of funny. You see a snowball, the last one you're thinking of is fire. Well, project a snowball through a flame, the projectile will actually ignite and, bedrock, even cause fire damage to mobs, making that snow dome a proper flamethrower. Why are these armor stands fighting? Well, we have these statues roll over detector rails. Which means that we can use our very own armor stands to recreate something of a sword fight. And then, if you have the rails aligned in a row like so, we can throw them into minecarts and have the show commence. Which, if you ask me, really helps to liven up your next Coliseum film. Just don't expect their fight to end anytime soon. And it's one of the deadliest mobs in Minecraft, especially in Bedrock Edition. That is, until you put them underwater. It's truly, if you were to spawn one of these withers on top of the ocean floor, all that pressure will just completely break the thing. It doesn't even attack, it's just stuck, and it accepts its fate. At that point, I feel bad about killing it. You just kind of zap. Give it an easy beacon makes those feelings go away. It's always a valuable item to have when it comes to storing your stuff. Well, what if they could store more than just items? Well, that's the idea behind this community-made mega shoulder concept. Here we can store a fully fledged build inside something like a structure block and place it wherever we like. And hey, we can even store mobs inside like so, giving us a lot more freedom than just some measly 27 slots. So the next time you're looking to move house, why not just actually move the house instead of just the stuff inside? In Bedrock Edition, it's possible to keep parrots on your shoulder or you take flight within the Elytra. Or rather, I should say, you're keeping them around where your shoulders should be. So when you look at it from this angle, it really just looks like they're hovering in place. Which is a bit peculiar, but at least for more than the ones in Java Edition, you fail on you when you start to get any kind of speed. If we were to use this command, we're able to take a perfectly square portal and make it into a pretty convincing circle. And now it looks a lot less like a nether portal and a lot more like one that was made by Dr. Strange. And Strange is the right word. I'd like to see this illusion shown in the thumbnail once or twice. So I'm going to break down how it works. So what's happening here is that there's 3 sections like so in the room. And that's a strange sight for most anyone to stare at. But hey, now you know how it's done. As long as your friends know, this could still offer up a solid practical use. By using this command to change the scale of our projectiles, you can see that when we get ready to shoot an arrow from our bow, it's going to shoot it. And to me, this is hilarious. I mean, if your old man wanted the chamber, you can at least hope that it's one of these. That seems like it would get the job done. And seeing this done with all the different projectiles in Minecraft, it's pretty funny. Plus, we can even have it go the other way, giving us teeny tiny projectiles that we can shoot out. I mean, I've heard of a pea shooter, but I've only heard of a pea-sized shooter. That's just brutal. And I think it's very
very funny when you see the stone tridents as well. They'll think of those as projectiles. Now, we think of those forks on the ground. But hey, if you come to a fork in the road, I guess you can pick it up.
Shields are a very useful tool. Once you're holding one of these, it's the last thing on your mind. No, Bedrock Edition only makes a red gold shield. You can punch them multiple times and still get the knockback. Just let something new discover a technique like this. Here, we can alternate shield usage between two players and essentially create a ladder of sorts. No joke, you can even use this to jump 6 blocks high in some cases. And not to mention, if you use this properly, it can also help you to clear horizontal distances as well. Making this shield a lot better universal than any of us thought. This villager was never seen in Minecraft, but if you go within the game's files, there sure enough is an unused texture for the angry villager mob, featuring red eyes and angry eyebrows. And even though villagers can still get mad at the game for when you punch them, even all those particles, it's still not nearly as intimidating as one of these. If you're building out a base in the nether, looking at that same blue red tinted sky can get pretty old and pretty fast. And at least in one world we get clouds, and that's way more of a treat to look at. So if you want to recreate that, then you can actually do such by building a real blue sky over the base.
Hey, you right?
So if you ever get bored of the traveling lifestyle, this might be a way to get a change of scenery without actually having to, well, change the scenery of your base. Honestly, I don't know which one would be more effort to do. What do you think is the strongest mob in Minecraft? Well, it might seem like rewarding to consider that it only takes 3 hits to kill you with full netherite enchanted armor. The ground for this would actually go to charge a creeper. Consider that on hard difficulties, this can do 127 damage. And for that much, you probably want to have a good set of blast protection armor. Or at least until the backup home. So this slab is okay. Not only does it take an extra crafting step to make these, but when you accidentally stack up a double slab like this, then there's no way to actually break the 2 slabs individually. Now, if you place them individually, well, there's no way to pick and choose which one of these that you want to break. And personally, that's why I like playing with mods like this, so I can pick and choose my battles. Or break the whole thing if I really want to. There's so many ways that Mojang can fix this, it doesn't make sense that it's still in the game. Once your friend goes AFK, that's your cue to bust out the redstone knowledge. Since with the help of a proper flying machine, you're able to relocate that static player to an entirely different location on the map. And personally, I like shooting them right up into the sky and moving them there. They'll be pretty safe up there. It's not exactly like mobs are going to spawn. And as long as they don't freak out too much when they come back to the computer, it's going to be quite the silly surprise for them to roll their eyes on. And a good opportunity to practice their water clutch. Come on, at that point, it's just thoughtful. Before you try fishing, you should look up first. Since if you're fishing in an area where you don't see the clear sky above the water, that'll double your waiting time. It might sound safe and convenient to fish inside a cave, but it's not going to be that convenient having to wait double the time as opposed to fishing up on the surface. Not to mention the fact that you also get a bonus when it rains outside. So don't waste your time and just leave your bobber upstairs. Stop using fireworks for your light tank. Instead, try dolphin. No joke, if we take after this user's example, all we have to do is attach a lead to a dolphin, start swimming in the ocean, and then once we build up enough speed with the dolphin's great motion effect, we can go straight from swimming right up to launching into the sky. And well, that's ridiculous enough on its own. It's fun to realize that we're not doing that takes flight. Make sure everything's all in the so we're safe. That's enough of Minecraft.
Hey, you right?
For that, we'll not only cover play on this channel, but with this map dating back to 2014 from Bakery, the original creator of the Dropper, is an entire world filled with these illusions. Things like the Penrose staircase, this water feature that flows immediately, or my personal favorite, which is this confusing cube. It looks like you got your cables and a twist wheel on your desk, and it's probably just as impossible to untangle. But if you're looking for a surefire way to confuse yourself, there's more than a few to see here. And if it really bothers you, then you can always fly around and be creative and actually see how the sausage gets made. Minecraft famously has its share of visual quirks. And while we talked at length about those in the past, this one just cracks me up. Little ladder is an item in our hands, it has about the same amount of depth as anything else. And when you place that same ladder on the side of the wall, it turns paper thin. I mean, this ladder has less depth than the ladder item dropped on the floor. Plus, we get something like default 3D in the base game. This will be a fun thing to notice going forward. Never craft this block. Because while it might seem handy to compress your 9 netherboard down to 1 netherboard block, unlike other compressed material blocks, this can't be crafted back into its base material. And considering the fact that you're able to get these blocks from the roots of trees, I'd say it's better to save your netherboard for your potion block. There's going to be plenty enough supply of these the other way around. One of the most recent lies in Minecraft is that the ancient city actually has a giant portal that can be lit. But regardless of how many videos and thumbnails you've seen trying to say otherwise, that's just not the case. Well, Mojang didn't help themselves here. Since for a brief time in the files of the snapshot, I actually did refer to the structure as a portal. And at that point, you're just begging for people to theorize about it. So it's not true, but who knows, maybe it was supposed to be. The different mob heads that you get from charged creepers make for great trophies in Minecraft. Well, they're not exactly myself right in their line of sight, so get ready to scare them. When they log back in, they might just so slowly side, it might just kill them. Push this cat off the cliff, nothing happens. Thankfully so, otherwise it would be a murder. But the idea behind this is that cats tend to land on their feet. Nothing like cats in Minecraft not only don't take fall damage, but even if they were to fall into a dripstone spike, they're still not going to get hurt. Which is a pretty sweet deal. It's hard to say I'm not jealous. Normally we're not able to sleep together. That's literally intentional game design. And while it's already confusing enough when the villagers start sleeping in the nether, you can also join in on the fun of this. It's like all of the best brilliantly stupid ideas. Mod developer made this in 4 hours, very early in the morning on very little sleep. I'm gonna say it's pretty well with the concept. At least now they're able to sleep wherever they want. It's when you see yourself sleeping on top of the head first during the dragon fight, you really tell how sweet this is. And now I guess the dragon's not the only one that's gonna respawn in the end. This being cost 4 end crystals. Minecraft treats certain hitboxes in weird ways. And that can be best seen when we talk about entity stacking. See, in certain cases, it often will rest one entity on top of another. And while I personally use this for letting me use a minecart as a pad, it can also let us crowd surf. Sure enough, if we ride a boat on top of a bed of entities, we can ride it just the same as we would on ice. Granted, it might not be the most popular travel method, but I'd say it's definitely worth a try, at least once for the screenshot. Goats in Minecraft can tend to break off their horns when they run into a wall. That's not actually based on anything in real life, because the truth is that goats' horns are actually a part of the animal's skull. If they were to break off, the goat would have bigger problems. And really, this behavior in Minecraft much more closely resembles a deer with its antlers. Even though the only way to craft a lodestone is to use a netherite ingot, unfortunately, this expensive block isn't immune to fire or lava the same way that netherite is. It's not even like just the stone burns off and you get the netherite ingot back. The whole thing disappears. Which can be quite the tragedy if you were to drop one of these in the nether. Rainbow blocks are a crucial item to get your hands on. But while they're great for storage, they're not the best for item security. For an example, if you took all of your best valuables and enchanted tools into this one box, then if you dropped it in the lava or something, chance to save some. 1.17 the show box will pop when destroyed, allowing some of the items to escape as danger. In a game made of cubes, getting a convincing circle is a tough concept. But with a mix of cleverly placed stairs and blocks, we can start to get a pattern like this. And to go a step further, by using a mix of item frames and torches, we can use this command to put a simply illusion decoration to all the grids. So when we might have to trust the process to pull this off, the end result is nothing short of mind-bending. And if anything, it's just weird to finally place torches on a stair block. It's just this hole, we've got ourselves a perfect cow spying machine. And best yet, the cow's none the wiser. And the way that we make this happen is having an immersive portal tied up together with a repeating command block so that it's constantly teleporting our portal directly over an entity that we want to watch. And the original poster on Reddit has an even more helpful set of rules that you can see here on screen. Make the portal, name it with the command, and then with a repeating always active command block, you have it constantly teleport the portal entity above whatever entity you want it to follow. Giving us the perfect crystal ball to spawn your friends or your enemies. I won't judge. In the April Fool's snapshot for the one block at a time update, if you were to summon in an iron golem using this special name, then you'd notice that Billy belongs and its arms permanently extended into the air, which is actually a reference to one of the developers that works on Minecraft, which is not like an immemorialized, but it's not like the dead of unnamed tag makes any more sense anyway. When it comes time to take on the dragon, me and my friends like to do it together as a bit of an event. So we go to the end dimension, take down the dragon, and then boom, whoever lands the last hit is the only person who gets the achievement. There's other achievements in the game that don't require you to be the sole person to do it. But all of a sudden, when it comes down to killing the dragon, nope, it's just whoever got the last hit. And really, it would be better to see this group effort regarded as such, instead of every player for themselves mentality. Over the years, Minecraft has steadily added new pets to choose from. While everyone else opts for a dog or maybe the new axolotl, what if you want something a bit more unique? Well, there is a solution, albeit a weird one. Now, of course, the main thing that you're looking for with a pet is loyalty. So, why don't we go straight to the source for loyalty through crime? And this thing lacks in place, it makes up for the companionship.
Hey, you alright?
And then you can watch it follow you around. So even though we can now craft bamboo defense blocks like this, unfortunately those fences are always going to be thicker than the bamboo stem itself. But then again, this is only noticeable if you're able to get it to line up, because bamboo is randomly offset in places as well. So really, it seems like it would be a great combo. Anything but that. So if you want it to line up, you're just going to have to break the bamboo stock and craft it into whatever you're building out of. Even just looking at screenshots of this phase makes it confusing. But playing it doesn't make it easy. Not only walk through different portals to teleport to random places, we also have our size change as well as the gravity that we're standing with. Yeah, if you ever wanted reality to fold in on itself, you can downloading this map. And we've already shown off in the past using white concrete to make infinity rooms, but this takes that concept a little too literally. I think I'd rather just stay with map art and item things to get this illusion. And if you really want to make your build feel as big as feasibly possible, then this is a simple way to do that. So we connect our portals in such a way where this one loops into the one behind it, and when we run through, we've got an infinite loop. Now it's hard to tell if we're chasing ourselves or they're chasing us. And where this can really start to mess with your head is if you start looking around in the other directions a little bit. And honestly, if you build one of these out in the open like we did initially here, it's amazing how weird it looks there too. Like we've got infinite tunnel digging into this mountain, but we don't know that there's nothing there. And build that. But it does give you the perfect place for a Scooby-Doo haul chase, and I think that's pretty fun. Minecraft staircases should be straightforward, but as shown in the past, there are plenty of weird staircases that we put to use in our worlds, and this is no different. It might look like a random mix of blocks and food stuff. It's actually the fastest walkable staircase in the game. The truth is that the way that these hitboxes are laid out is just so that we can stand in the middle and climb these staircases seamlessly. And sure, proper spiral staircase would look much nicer, but if you want the speeds you climb up to your mountain, it's hard to beat. We continue to wrap through these poles in the opposite direction, we can get ourselves down to an incredibly small size. And what I think is so funny about this is that we actually interact with things very different here. Like this one, regular size. When you get this small, it's like of a 5-story building. Fishing in Minecraft has long been overpowered. So much so that Mojang decided to nerf the treasure loot tables back in 1.16 for most of the fish farms. However, even the nerf version of fish farming is still pretty overpowered. You see, if you were to take a random water bucket from anywhere in the world, be it a jungle, the ocean, or even a rainbow cauldron, and then you place that water source wherever you like, you can still fish infinite cod and salmon out of that one block. I'm not complaining, but this is a bit strange. It's actually a chute, which is just one of the many different blocks in Buildcraft that went on to inspire the way that we move our items in Minecraft. What's even more interesting about the Buildcraft chute is that it actually was called the Hopper, but changed the name when Minecraft used it in the vanilla release. I guess that would get pretty confusing, but it also makes the inspiration pretty clear to see. Farmland has some weird restrictions that dirt doesn't. Mainly, it's not a full block, so we're not able to place decorations on the side. This is the reason why torches and ladders don't go on the side of the farmland, which is a weird limitation, especially for the torches, but I guess it's understandable. Though, while those don't work, for some reason, signs do. And honestly, putting a torch on the side of your farmland seems a lot less crazy to me, but if you really want it, just type torch on the side of the sign, there. It's the closest you're gonna get. Everyone knows that when you break all the logs of the tree, the leaves should disappear. But that doesn't explain why these are still left standing hours after the truck. And no, this doesn't have anything to do with update suppression or changing the range tick speed, but rather, we just replace the leaves on our French trees with ones of our own. Then, once we place them back down, these decoration blocks can no longer despawn over time, which not only gives them an eyesore, it also guarantees a couple of floors for them to clean up. What happens if you smelt mushrooms? Oh, in every other version, nothing. You don't even need to cook those mushrooms still. But in Coffee Edition, it used to be possible to smell red mushrooms. Yeah, well, red dye. It seems like a lot of hassle to go through, considering that you could just craft a rose and get the same results. If you don't have a compass, try looking out for some pumpkins. Crazy as that might sound, the pumpkin stem is always rendered in such a way where it's facing towards the northwest direction. And there you go. Give it a gold star. Essentially, kind of a swan. This always helps you get back on track. What if Minecraft wasn't made of cubes? Wait, it sounds like it's unquestionable, right? Would it really even be Minecraft anymore? It would take so much no cube spots to try and figure that out for yourself. Make sure I can still recognize the terrain and everything, but am I comfortable looking at it? Not so much. But what's really impressive here is that because this HUD's so optimized, it actually runs better than the blocks that we're used to in Minecraft. But when you start to go into a cave and explore around here, it makes me glad that Minecraft works on a grid system. I would not be able to figure this out any other way. With this, it's possible to lay a fake version of a block on top of the face of one cube. And hey, the same could be done with map art if you're looking for a vanilla option. So if you want to hide your valuables chest, just disguise it with an unassuming block, you'll be just fine. Or you can make it look like you have illegal blocks like Bedrock to survive. I know we don't like to talk about it, but if you actually crunch the numbers, Minecraft is ripping you off. So if you look at it, it takes 6 planks to craft 4 stairs. Even though a stair is 3/4 of the block. Where the extra parts go, I just don't know. I guess it's a bit of a wasteful person. Falling down the stone cutter does dampen this blow. That's not an option for any wood items. And folks, there's nothing I like less than being stolen out of my hard-earned materials. Use a dispenser to shoot armor at a villager, you'll actually equip it into their secret inventory. And make no mistake, even if you can't see it, they are definitely wearing it. It'll take way longer to kill, and they can even use the thorns enchantment as well. So if you've got an amazing villager that you're trying to keep safe from zombies, this is definitely a useful trick to keep them alive. Or if you're looking for more live entertainment, you can give a villager Frostwalker and send it out into the ocean. Dispensers in Minecraft are able to do a lot of the same capabilities that we can do with the right tool. While this means that they can literally place and refill water buckets at their own notice, if they're next to a cauldron, they're not actually able to fill them. Honestly, I don't know how this hasn't been added in. The way it is, it just seems like we're limiting this feature for really no one's benefit. It's not game breaking, it would just be kind of cool. And it could definitely add some fun machinery to your code. If you were to get a ground model and try it into the system, try to pulse, then try to catch on fire. Villagers down here die on the spot and coincidentally all turn into zombies. And when we've shown off in the past using a similar version of this to make a record farm, I think this design ends up being a lot more practical, but also a lot more cool, so maybe check your wall at the door. It's impossible to stack stew in your inventory, or at least it would have been unless you try something like this. Since while the stew itself is not able to be stacked, all of the ingredients within that crafting recipe are. So if you wanted to stack 64 suspicious stew inside of it, all you have to do is dedicate 4 slots. 64 dandelions, 64 brown mushrooms, 64 red, and 64 bolts. At that point, they should just let the stew stack up to 16 in each slot. Well, maybe that's something for that inventory update that we hopefully get someday. For a brief period in Minecraft Java, there was a time when you could craft both horse armor or horse saddles. And oddly enough, there was a unique item just for riding the horse with his saddle. Meaning that even if you went through all the effort to get 5 leather and 3 iron ingots, you couldn't use this on a pig. And even stranger still, it could be stacked up to 32 in a stack, which again made it unique. But that didn't save things all the horse armor crafting recipes from getting patched out of the game shortly after. Silk touch the mine fall to the ground, you'll either break into its regular non-silk touch variant, or just break entirely. And that also means you have to be very particular on how you place your bee's nest. Since without the proper support, they could just fall to the ground and break entirely, giving both us and the bees quite the issue. We spawn them on at the side of the smaller portal, then when we go over to the larger one, they'll always look larger, essentially giving you a magnifying glass to look closely at any mobs. But I'll be honest, I've never wanted to look this close at anyone, let alone a mob. Give a nice look at the pixels. See, in Java, we see a gold nugget of just that. Something you use to craft gold ingot, but that's about it. But in Bedrock, it's fuel for some reason. When I first heard of this, I thought, there's just no way. But yeah, if you try it, it does in fact burn. But it's not even a good fuel source. You need about 12 of them. If you had a silk touch pick and you managed to break a furnace while it was smelting, you'd be left with a unique item called the furnace. Though make no mistake, this is definitely not intentional. Consider when you hovered over the item in your inventory and named it underscore like it would show up in the game's files. And that's likely when this got patched out in the first place. And it does make for a great escape plan. But what if you're not in danger, but rather you're just looking to confuse your friend? Well, even in that case, an ender pearl stasis chamber does the job just right. If this was something set up on a timer, you can appear in your friend's house out of nowhere, vanish from their eyes in an instant, and that's definitely going to be enough to confuse them. Especially if you can bait your friend into chasing you, and then flip the switch about halfway through the chase scene, you're removed from the script entirely. Alright, be honest, what render distance do you play on? 12, 16, or 48? Since this game called Slide, you have to move the sliders in the options menu completely off the bar. And honestly, I think just the clips alone of sliding it off like this is pretty funny. But it could be useful too. I mean, if you want to take a screenshot of the entire end island being transformed, you're really not able to fit that row of SSDs in your entire render distance. So with this, it becomes a little bit more useful, not a lot more laggy too. And if you're going to try this out, I should say, the mod developer says that you can never change the target resolution outside of the slider. Otherwise, that'll cause the game to crash. I mean, if that's your goal, go ahead, but you can't say I didn't warn you. We're all plenty familiar with piglins, but maybe not like this. And to change their look like that, we'll have to head over to the nether. Then we got our piglins into a pen and flip the switch in the dispenser to equip different items. Each clearly can create some odd monstrosities. Or if you want to look at it like this Reddit user, they're just an anime girl wearing a hat. And honestly, I don't know which is worse. In science, perpetual motion machines have the hypothesis. And in Minecraft, it's as simple as 8 rails placed together like so. Since by building a square of regular rails like this, you place a minecart on top of the slope, it'll continue to go around and around the loop, never slowing down. And to make things funnier, put an entity inside, and that just makes the whole thing speed up. Once we finally get inside, there was so much potential energy locked in that boat that it will shoot right up into the sky, giving you a neat party trick to show off to your friends, or who knows, it might even be a cheap way to get to like Basic block to keep you safe from the lava beneath. As this user did show, it's clearly possible, just maybe not the most safe. And when you finally get sick of trading with these villages, well, with the help of this data pack, you're able to make it so that if you tuck a hopper underneath a villager's bed, then when they sleep, their items just pour into your chest, which finally gives you a good reason for not sleeping in the village at night. But ultimately, that when they snooze, they lose. The rest of the arcade. Before horses were added to Minecraft, there were horses. Those are the quotation marks. Because these special mobs were only in the Java Edition snapshots for the was update. And they were really just retextured cows and pigs, which did make for a good joke, but shortly after Mojang moved Dr. Jark added proper horses into the game, and thankfully they didn't look like this. When you're exploring Minecraft, we all know to pack a bunch of food, yet somehow I still never seem to bring it down. And would you believe it, that was even worse than beta versions of Minecraft, since back then only the cookies would stack. Even then you could only have 8 of them in a given stack. And thankfully nowadays we've got much better pockets for our point. Now this wolf's tail is spinning. Why? Well, to answer that, we first need to know that the wolf's tail is linked to its health. So the lower its health, the lower the tail. Firstly, if you use commands to make it have a higher health, yeah, the tail starts spinning. So if you were to use the effect commands to give the dog both health boost and regeneration, watch its tail spin in real time. This is really physically kind of watching. If you want to line the bottom of the nearby riverbed using mud blocks, then that row of mud will cancel out the swimming animation, allowing you to just run like normal underneath the water. And this is the fact that the mud actually renders the water inside the water. All that bouncing state. But that might be unfortunate, because as you'll soon find out, these fish love to bounce around. And to test that, let's let the slime block trampoline right over here on dry land. Then all it takes is spawning your pod in place, and you'll see that sucker take off wicked fast. It looks like it's having a blast, but if you're gonna do this, maybe get the fish a health boost or something, so that this party doesn't turn into a murder mystery. So even though these fish might not like dry air, I think this might make it a bit more enjoyable. Similar to our yes and no illusion, this cube looks like just that, a cube. Maybe this angle looks like a full cube rendered out. When we move off to the side, you can see that it's not actually connected all the way around. And at this point, I think I always prefer looking at it from the side angle here. Figuring out how to start building your Minecraft dream home can be a real challenge. But when your house works like a fever dream, then that might be on the right track. At first glance, all it's physically this tiny house, but from the inside, you see a much larger picture. Let's see if we lay out the view angle just right from this entrance, we can give the illusion of a much larger house inside the little shack. And even if it becomes less convincing once we walk around, right here, it's still a real sight to see. Now, it's common sense that on fire, water is a cure-all solution. I mean, even cauldrons uphold that fact. Not exactly consistency. But if we all know that to be true, then I ask, how in the world does this work? As it happens, if you're on fire in a boat, you're able to submerge yourself in water and still burn the same. Stranger still is that you're still able to drown in that very water, even if it doesn't put you out. And folks, that's the definition of a lose-lose situation. You just want to hang inside might be one of the 10 least blocks added to Minecraft. No, I'm being serious. If you put a Bedrock Edition and place a hanging sign like this, and then if you want to channel an enchanted trident into it in the right angle, you'll see that the trident gets stuck, but it's not deadly. At least you think it isn't. That isn't until you have an entity actually walk underneath it. At that point, the trident thinks it's supposed to spawn some lightning. Any mob that comes close enough to it will be struck by lightning many times a second. And then if you're not knowledge, just a simple source of the tridents, it turns into a funeral. There, funeral. Take a good look at this. It just looks like a regular ice cream sandwich. And if you fly just right, it even seems as if it's built that way. So what's so special? Well, as soon as we move off of that charted path, it turns out that the ice cream itself is actually separated from the sandwich. Which is not only an illusion, but also an identity crisis. What's an ice cream sandwich, not ice cream? Really what this has made me realize is just how much the book texture looks like an ice cream sandwich. Minecraft has plenty of mobs to witness this. Once you've played as much as we have, these things will attack. So if you're tired of foxes that look like this, then maybe this is worth a shot. See, by using armor stands aligned like such, we can use much smaller versions of the blocks to create our own special sculptures. And the best part is that all of these are possible without using mods. So while the complexity on display can clearly vary, there's still plenty of creativity to see. And while I can only imagine the headache we require to painstakingly lay out each piece of this tiger, I also can't argue that the results are quite special. When you were to cast a fishing rod and then zoom in, you notice that in Java, the fishing bobber is a 2D texture, but in Bedrock it's a 3D model cube. Well, the difference, I'm not exactly sure. It seems like more effort to do the 3D cube anyway, but it does fit Minecraft a little better, so I think it's fair. Speed bridging is a big deal for the PvP community. And while it's a big skill to place blocks like this on Java, on Bedrock it's possible to place blocks without sneaking to the edge. And that'll even allow us to
speed Rouge on a horse for some reason. Did you know creepers are aliens? Well, not all of them, but this one certainly is. Since thanks to an experiment done by the University of Southampton, students were able to send personal belongings into space. And one of those students sent a creeper. So when you look up into space, just know that somewhere out there was a creeper. And thankfully it didn't explode on the way out. Otherwise it wouldn't be as fun of a fact. Minecraft has its fair share of hazardous blocks. You really want to stand on something made of magma, that much makes sense. But then, what is the stone cutter saying? If it were to need stone cutter texture, I would get it. There, the saw blade's completely enclosed. But here, it's completely out in the open for everyone to see. And while there do exist some data packs to make this dangerous, don't just make it feel like hurting yourself for no reason, especially when things like bursting and sweat skin Mojang has this mark this way. When you're inside these elevator feels like you go on forever. And apparently, that's more than true. Since what's happening here is that when we press this button, it isn't the floor that's going up into the elevator, but rather the walls that are coming down. Sure enough, the user shows off. A little bit of command block trickery and some distinct patterns, which make it seem as if we're constantly going up this elevator. But when you step outside, it turns out that nothing's actually moving. It's a illusion only really works if you're staying on the inside. It's pretty cool to watch from the outside as well, almost like a barbershop pole illusion. By throwing down seeds for a villager, regardless of the type, they're going to walk towards and pick it up. And this blew my mind when I first heard it. I thought we were going to work with farmer villagers, but sure enough, there is a way to get them to follow the breadcrumb trail. The way that banners render in Bedrock, it's possible to place a banner down in water, and it'll be completely visible from up top. Just, sock. If you were to get a glass pane inside of your inventory in both versions, you'll notice that in Bedrock, they have a 3D icon, while in Java, glass panes use 2D sprite, which could be a problem if you were to dye your glass pane, since a light gray stained glass pane is a lot more obvious in Bedrock than it's anything you've done. You totally can't sleep. And I'm not just talking about the message that you get when there's monsters nearby, but specifically this one, which is that the game's telling you the game's too far away. Now, hold on, it's close enough to click on. I thought I was well within my rights to assume I could sleep here. But no, I guess this is a special case. And considering the fact that no other block in Minecraft shares this behavior, it feels like an unnecessary attempt at realism, and that at the same time, effectively breaking the game's own internal logic. Once they decide to use a back room way down at the end of their keyboard, AFK players aren't the most active. So to fix that, one of my favorite things to do is put my AFK friends inside an AFK loop machine like this. With all the slime blocks, pistons, and ice blocks, you're able to completely get them cycling around this perpetual motion machine. Giving them enough motion to make sure they don't get kicked for being AFK, and you're quite the spectacle to watch as they're trapped. If you're not Bedrock, it looks like it's each page at once. On Bedrock, it actually feels like a book. And if only it was easier to type on console. Now, if you were to get hit by a falling anvil, it's gotta hurt. Well, that's true for us. It's not as much of a villager. Or at least, if you compare the two, Bedrock, if you drop an anvil on a sleeping villager, it won't take any damage. Don't go near this composter. Well, I warned you. With a sticky piston in the slab, we can add an arm stand like this and pop up any mob that we choose out of our composter. And then the real kicker is that if we fill in the composter with something like hay, completely hide the head inside. Or rather, it'll hide it until it's too late. Leather armor keeps you from freezing in powdered snow. But that's a broader statement than you might think, since really any amount of leather armor is enough to do the job. So by just having leather boots, you're no longer going to freeze the entire rest of your body. People are fully submerged in powdered snow. And at that point, it seems like a bit much. I get wearing these moccasins to be able to walk on top of the powdered snow, but to keep you completely safe from the snowy peaks, that might be pushing it. Especially the mobs that drop leather aren't safe by themselves inside of powdered snow. That just seems like most of my favorites. In the survival tests of Minecraft, creepers actually take melee damage to the player, which, strange to see. If the player were to get too close to a creeper at this time, it would deal 4 points of damage and 2 parts of damage if you got too close. And it wasn't until the in-depth phase of 0.31 this feature was ultimately removed. And thankfully so. It'd be pretty brutal if they could attack you to make you lower your shields, then explode. Clearly, armor stands can be used for some pretty amazing things. And with the help of command blocks, we can push that even further. See, all of these NPT data changes that we do like so, we could automate with 20 commands. Meaning you could turn an armor stand like this into a working ceiling fan, which I'll fully admit seems ridiculous. But I'll see it off with the results. And while this optimal sword maybe takes the term propeller blades a bit too literally, we could just as well use shields like this example. The next time you're on fire, you may want to look for a candle, because while it won't help, in Bedrock Edition, it is possible to light a candle while your body's on fire. And the same also goes for campfires as well, which doesn't solve your problem when it's tiny stone. When you're traveling, nothing breaks your stride quite like water. Just fine. We tend to move a lot slower than the water source points. Then, if that's the case, why is it that when you waterlog a ladder, it goes faster than
the speed of the ladder, it makes the operation all the quicker. And while the science would likely disagree, it will take any excuse to get the skyline faster. As if the portals in this mod weren't already confusing enough, they make them so much worse. Since they're not just confined to the regular squares and rectangles that we see in Minecraft, but curves, causing them to loop you inside of circles like this. So even though it appears that we're moving forward, we're really just stuck in time. And if this is the kind of sacrifices we have to make to see circles in Minecraft, I think it's not worth it. My brain can't take it. Here's how to bullwalk in Minecraft. All we do is the light track. First off, we're going to fly down to the ocean, and then hold up the space bar so that we push ourselves back up to the top of the water. And then from there, we'll just start walking backwards, which is a fun sight for sure, but remember, this will use up some of your light durability. Proving that even the best dance moves have their expiration date at some point. When you think of mobs, you're probably picturing something like this. Or this, but probably not this. No, when they were first added in back in the Java Edition survival test, they were just that. And initially, signs would only spawn by pressing the B key, at which point it would say the text, "This is a test of the sign, each line can be 15 characters." Minecraft has been around for a while, so as that goes, many features have been added in, and they're just sort of forgotten. And chief among those has to be the furnace minecart trains. As you can see, they can't go around corners, they can't go up or down, or even change directions without disconnecting. Honestly, I'm amazed it's still in the game. While I doubt that Mojang will ever take a look back into the old piece of code this is lying in, until that happens, they get the cheese up the hype train. Second Java Edition Classic, you broke the word log, you dropped the planks instead of the actual block, which seems more like mine than craft to me. This is a chest full of stone, and this is a full stone chest. It's confusing, I know. But when Mojang only lets us make this one chest design, the Frame Blocks mod not only lets us make a chest out of virgin cargo, but also brand new blocks out of city of cobblestone. It's a large source block, block like mud, sill, sand, and the like, and then walk forward into a wall. You'll notice that because the block is a full 16 pixels in size, you're just going to bounce up and down indefinitely because of the water. And this is also the reason why you never want to bridge on a soul sand when you're going through a lava lake, because it's too low and you catch on fire. Never place your bed under the end portal. I know that sounds like a weird place to put it, and you definitely don't want to place it in the end where it would explode. But what's so special about the end portal? Well, by simply having your bed underneath here and then setting your spawn point to it, making sure that every time that you respawn, you're going to be soft locked to only respawn in the end. And that's because of the way the game places you next to the bed, you like to set your respawn point to it. And unfortunately for you, they keep it to the dragon when you fix this. Since all you basically have to waste time is going to the return gateway, you're probably best to try to use something like an energy to come back to the spawn point. Now that everything has gravity, and now you're back to square one. With less gravity, everything's going to fall. See this book is basic 2x2 door example. Even if you understand the landscape of Minecraft's redstone has to be this block of architecture in the world, so you must have the distance folks next to call those are such to be essential ways how to a bunch of redstone bits fall through the cracks. That would be especially true if block out or any origins. This will take a lot of those to hear how it seems just possible for other options. Just the leverage why, luckily for us, Mojang is so much that it should easy before most times. Now, as Mojang's coded redstone dust, it's pretty logical to connect a bunch of these up to a lever. And then by using some of that fast redstone feature to mob is how Mojang actually put that same lever on and off until eventually the redstone's updated so much that this slowed time down to a crawl. And now that's what's hard to get. And that's one of the easiest things my last video. So you see it right, or we wanted to use this to freeze time on a multiplayer server. Everywhere, make your friends laugh time switching back to normal. And hey, you remember that you can't subscribe to the channel before I enter my inventory into this chest. So to prove them wrong, dump your finger on that white subscribe button down below. It's free, it helps out a ton. Entire house on bones. Let's be honest, it's an exactly expensive to break, especially if you got reception. Otherwise, that could just get access to hike enemies. All of this can stack your inventory, and the fast that is falling, and then when the question is, can you still play like this? And as we see, we start to consider that many, we can land the fall with a little lag. Just like the most destructive part of this sprint. Happened in first person. Don't get any third person view. Make it a little bit more obvious. What's happening here is that the client and the server is desyncing every time we punch this stick. The proper client thinks that nothing changed until you're swimming as normal. Look at the server. This is my friend's house. We stand next to the screen of the air. Similarities. It's a great break to go and copy your friend's face verbatim, block per block, and place it right next to theirs. already
And after all, I've heard that taking inspiration is a great thing. So let's stop with just taking inspiration and take their whole base as well. If we're able to install a mod that lets you have yourself schematics that you can get it just right, and that can really add some detail to getting this crank done right. If you want to, you can even put up a solid glass face terracotta and have it look like a mirror image. I think that would be pretty funny. That looks quite nice. Just not beeswax that you use on everything top of blocks. So let them jump and let them listen to just a regular set of blocks. And actually, here and there, these terracotta patterns, they're going crazy small. So you can see that right on top of this. This would probably exactly get a nice little birds. Oxidizing for upwards of a long time. And where that waxes, it's going to take even longer. That one might be good for you too. We can just basically forget about the frame. Look at any ice surprise to you that we're not the original Sunlight file actually made that's so much worse just the right color of dye. Texture examples of frame has white text and it's on the side. I tried to start going through that change and change dark text from the dark background. Basically, it's impossible to read. Unless they want to go like some January 'Cause this carpet added in perfect custom arrows. And after 1.9 fully came out, Drew mentioned that he's not even a wall with a some of the smart blocks like slot grab. I'm going to pick a way to hold classic TNT going off sounds a scary thing. If you notice that one of the blocks dropped down to a really bizarre that here we go. Scared without any of the damage. Or they're waiting on the ball. We're getting tapped on 21/7. You're waiting for these right line and launch ready for the stuff. Instead of always having facing upwards and slime on TNT's always on and all when it goes off, slime block absolutely no damage to anything around it or if you activate all of the shards. Giving them a rich. If you need a lot of attention class, you can cut this look over your shoulder and need a lot of time. Those who play with supporting on one of those, let alone six great dining halls, and call them out what's the most damage you use in minecarts because as it turns out, it's in the game, and when you get all from there, the truth is, folks, that's when you find that it's not the actually thing you can do in Minecraft. Center blocks that breaks the floor beneath you, and the whole dropping settings now with discover is active, running the commands, users can also bring the creativity with below. This means that when you press arrow, not only are you dispersion and arrow friends there, and building the dining hall, but it's find out one shot and everything you actually falls, no one shot in sight. You almost got some chance to actually make it work. But when you do the game, it causes yourself to be crash. After all, Stevenson has taken it. But how much bigger like this does it? Might as well just use it's not fun in a dictionary entirely. Even though we built up the wither structure the same way that we would usually, the simple fact that we have a non-air block underneath the soul placing down the bed in the small area, how many wither skulls to put on top of that? Giving you all this blue shape over something as simple as a board and carbon all snow underneath. I wonder if you could spawn zombies in this back and be scared from the terrifying of the design. And now that I would know how to gather us to go down mine with your friend, and as a around, place out the T-structure, and then take back the turn around, place down the final skull, and then down the higher the flag falls spawn in the first place. Servants are into moss, so use them to your advantage. Usually it's frustrating, so it stacks your friend. The thing about it is, you can take out the free and place inside the blocks to put them on. Grab spaces gives much versatility as you but without a long giveaway. If you're lucky enough to get this glitch, it's smart enough to force it, and then use that golden opportunity to make blind and scared. Also, regular like scares something like a real estate on the server, especially when your friends are able to rebuild an entire glitch just to buy your house. Yeah, some money has to like house market manipulation. Very much good. Rebuilt their friend's house and send them to the paper being. And I don't know if the shaders, these screenshots are going to take out messages on Reddit. Look at back. Maybe a little being able to get balanced up. Just take there and hold it out. Just go back over the hole. And it's actually like magic that allows you to remove your text build space for block to become schematic. That's really all the excuse you need to be able to recreate something like this. And ain't going to come break out. Download a random source graph for that side. Basically, like check the password. It's called specifically contains some textures also for the air tower. Dispatch and another especially ridiculous mistake is the best case scenario is to be confused, and the worst case scenario they'll end up with out of their stuff for that water inside of another. Bamboo sure came some of the fastest crops to grow in Minecraft. My friend's bamboo farm like never grow another stalk yet. And the reason for that, albeit clearly visible, is that if you place down straight right on top of the bamboo stalk, past that point you don't know what we're on. Typically when the music that can come over the weather it's going to be your actually sabotage their bamboo farm, so there's a buy here. Or chamber, come on, we're not taking a close look before you hit stuff like plants on the wrong block. As long as you make sure that you're not pulling anything like I'm asking the last chest, then you don't press up right back out. Make sure it's impressive, but the name of the statue is the sack. In that case, you go through and place the statue skin back on your own. They already gave you the template for the proportions, and now it's just coming up with the right one how to match your own. Right now, the most time it's got that concrete on it. It's come out, it's on Reddit. If someone's willing to go through and change a statue like this, that's a lot of dedication. And honestly, I'm inclined to agree. It does make for a great escape. What if you're not dangerous? Just look at the computer's friend. Even in that case, an episode stasis chamber may be found in this place. This is one set up a timer to structure your friend's house out of nowhere, vanish from their eyes in an instant. That's never going to be enough to especially if you can bait your friend into chasing you. And job with a switch versus chasing, and there versus sandwich by sugar cane. The trick is that the Jones like check to see what block is a lot of detail on these. In fact, just replicate the regular Minecraft painting. So picking out switching out single things and placing this in your friend's face, all it takes to mess with the regular. It's just intentional. You get to see if they even notice your subtle shenanigans. Don't get they did anything where you get a browse cost 128 or 128 necessary. Eventually get an extra miles. Sure enough, you get the beastly arts of the other dimensions, but the bed ever exploded. But you try to pick that same board, grab a fuse bolt, it's going to kill it two ways. And if you get your door over the other dimension, you know it's not sleeping, just breaking your friends, you know it's time schedule. And for that purpose, it's hard to get better at some of the screens in action. How do you get inside your video on your next Minecraft? Crazy. I read the Telltale Signs. That's what User Potato did on that. The exact same. When there's a name, there's just creepy one side of the other. But then when you turn against how you try to so-called volcano, it's straight on street on fire. There's the shadies like they're both in here. The players are sacrificing people with another thing. And if your friend tends to sit in the day, that's a favor. Actually, something that might be scary. It's not just your imagination. It's also fun. It's just a giant glass cell. And if you do this around the holidays, then it's fun. It's a barrier and snow. You eventually reach your unlock these ledges to life. Maybe they won't think as much, but they just keep themselves anyway. There's no arguing. And 14 base is always fun. And they were supposed to make over there, or that chest does not seem like it's organized the same way. Even if they don't, I think it'd be nice to see the tricks on some. But today, I also want to play the tricks ourselves. Just to make some changes to your raw basis, marking out pages. Very excellent area. All it takes to see the blink of this experiment. In fact, there it is. Air screen variants also shown off some early promotional images released for the game. And honestly, I'm getting fresh animations for excellent like this anyway. Fresh animations pack is great. It's hard to answer the was strange. It's strange that we can start to get the reviews and get your final down like this. It's cool. I guess I have an answer, but no answer at all. Names it like that. So I don't change the water split attacker stuff. Where's it go? Placed on the bucket to break it. Your friends pet being a friend everywhere. Now it's different. Which overall is Anagram than anything else. And it's still kill their dog. All you have to take care of one of those words are about the same. It's easy enough to go to snow. It's exactly how we'll tag in row. The last that's one level of Tsunamis make us a pretty safe right counter impress. And while they can still be pretty fun, this one is decorated with winter wonderland strings like solid almonds. And the way you can help them out making the actual winter wonderland out of snow. You can see as much as these kinds of things are forgotten that actually hold sneak snow. Why is it fun looking? And it also fits the aesthetic of the better of snow. That's not true. In some ways, it helps to keep their very better than the one you're not start spinning around makes sense. It's a momentum transfer from all the stand inside. Start to spin around. Some freakers can't chicken looks at all. He knows how hands can have around. And loosen that next one than I do. And then you can understand who's looking on. It's going to take that box of a spy level 320. And then go right and sit down. She right any blocks. The reason for that is that see any chance to see unlock every basis. After all, as a daylight sponsor, place an armor stand on the top, and that means right height spread is nullified as well. Now, you see, it might look like a lot of good witnesses when you walk in. That's a bad thing. So once you take down the dragons, it's not help but show off your victory. I mean, don't get it. You wanted them to go around inside. And as soon as daytime rolls around, you see all those balls come out for play. Dragons go, the results are clear to see. It's pretty much like that, so that doesn't hurt about one frame per second. Honestly, it's hard to say. Not jealous. Solid additions here, but there was no reason for this thing that much in the way of it's got to be the next best response. I would actually all say pet berries. Yeah, that's very right. I have berries that take at least almost like spawn. So, my friends would give on some tag. This then, the flush out of that, the sweet berries never actually get hung for that matter. It's the berries keep around each other. The other items that the fox carries out. You want to keep this pet away from your chicken coop or else. Okay, so you've probably heard of the headless horseman. Sleep. Sleeping my villagers have blocks. The biggest block is a top on. Not as good of a goal like so. Top of glass. Which comes with some last blocks in the air. The balls to the ground. We'll shatter on you choose. Then as they show us this might take while you're down too. Otherwise, it makes sense, but just a little be extra careful that you have a sun touch pick on your ground. This set, I mean, most of us are just great at do something that we think is just how we got the that looks actually a project. See, the one in Minecraft scans the Minecraft is the area about started in this weird way. So maybe you would like animation with the game. Minecraft game ASCII essentially the possibly so we're going to be killing the time anyway. You might have to set up yourself a magnum moments. Crafts are a tale as old as Minecraft itself. Well, there are plenty of flashy ways to imprison a soldier's house. This might be the best way to work mechanics. There's something of a functional guillotine for our use in a Minecraft world. Sure enough, you tuck the culvert underneath the trap door, have a system to learn a spike called bar up, and you can have point the public display. So I wouldn't recommend it for any kind of quick attack. This is a way to keep those hackers on. This is the power of how towards my friends. Which I'll mention is easy to do, but it's definitely hard to get the kill. Placing down the bed in the middle of an area where you're about where the player's position towards B. You also alternatively just rank it up. Drip step. You then use either convert the balls at once, trident, or convert the ball the zombies with second gear. Whatever the point is, it'll let you decide. Someone's on the game with no rap scouting. He's got a stationary position. This game now by microtransactions. That's what it takes behind the item just one other crystal. It's crazy how this command sounds. You see, that's like I set in place command. The super flocks and items are
first at the end could use what sure down that same place where most of the platform is falling in. Just kill the Ender Dragon instant. Emerald Tears is weird. This is bringing it back to wide open. So now it's all up to you to find fair one. Wow. Turn your fists and the hype behind this isn't doing simple enough to make this time 8 miles to go over. That's cool. Instead, what they just want to bring it around like different parts of the top, separate the head from the body, place it around those lines in the middle. Yeah, there you have it. Giant piston. And to the side, that just makes the whole thing speed up very well. Just don't expect it to retract. There's no obstacle to this floating. You can just candle the chain and step to the sun. And lastly, I think we this out with them figured out. Common obstacle like ground travel. Last one, and see that the goal turn into dime. However, the second shift could lead to a choice test so that the answers per cast on the and some meatballs. Extra artillery that's where you get the right. The potions burn such hard, just you'll never get hit. Maybe you're trying to move house. And which case, a lot of brings along some extra space scarcity. Whichever that was ready for the strike, if I was just having to load the other hostile mobs run away. I don't think any of us would get a fun little bad stuff. I love everyone about it. It's a little silly. It's the way that it was coded. Each mob they can also carry quite a stick. So, change single offensive capabilities, defenses, and make ourselves a TR. This one, all it takes is an enemy to hit by one to send a tag out to other nearby hostile mobs. You can raid it, and then they can take down the winner. That way it's only active. Probably help the splash of the strength 2 quotient. Still like to see what's an Italian right better go. There's been some bigger next time. The trailer to help you make the legs. And some more strips in the trailer. And all of those is a statue of one's together. And man, for that sliding to make this look stale as well. This house understands fighting. Possible 3 of these statues roll over. Now, why don't we try to break down the fireplace, means that we can use our very own break this block, recreate something of a sword fight from the top down the lot of the line of the road itself. The mine cards, this could also allow for a lot of them as well. And we have this lot of extra technology. We'll find out so we expect our fight back as time to stay. Water. Like this. That's what we call it as well. If you will find yourself spots outside of the confined area, big time to launch ourselves sky high. And there you go. Then you will make your attraction still later on top. We'll still be able to memorize where we go. We're in suspicious eyeballs you have to have a. Let's be honest, best to log the coordinates if you really need to. Probably couldn't stop it from getting the slide. Slide was my thing. You don't expect it like I heard about the mom. Talk about how we made these things actually happen. Which that's just as cool as I see. I don't know very placement all the world. That logic name tag would flip it upside down, but in reality, it's not going to drown inside that block. Which one could be the name tag works anyway. And then with a couple of chains on top, keeps it play a trainer. Because no matter how many times I try to take wolves, I never get them to sit still. That might just be because some of the wolves on top of the slime block is speed along. You can't actually get it to sit down. Decoration. Slime block my favorite inside. Left one slips on the chest on the outside roll. It rocks it up, sits down, stands right back outside. I also don't want to sit down and go to the They are understand the one ender short in bombs to this case from the champ stable. And then it's right now block the chest. Somebody for fist man on there. Take this about this man. A helmet is ender pearl spot of the chest texture. Almost like it's for summoning other ender pearl safe to the which right now is not bad. He's going to do this is he can pull over the stone and spot save for all. You have more than 60 of that. That's facts for the place that actually going to start. Things that Larry are a lot more raiders than we ever thought. Here's how to use those no game, Raidal Infinite Emerald. Completely fine. It shows off in this video. We get ourselves a librarian level 2. And if it means I have to slave one this happens to that's fine by me. Bad traps stick out like a sore thumb, which is why I see a random weapon play out of the open. First note on stealth. Honestly, on time we buy one shelf, you see the door victims of spam and they're back. They have played, and then the real trap goes suction. The item is then sucked up on top of mine guard, goes to a real comfort, this hard sets off a signal, the rest is history. Now, well, you can solidify the video by adding in more TNT dials, so we can just what's happening. no items to their names. Sometimes Minecraft, it's easy to forget your actions have consequences so necessary. You break entire course, and then also means you design a craft with that cause in mind. Now, that's all about you. My world, you break entire rare site. Us and the sun's position, guarantee that a mirror will be straight success. Since it's designed by PXI, they can stir law of motion. For every action is an equal or opposite reaction. And the whole way to this case, arrowhead straight for their torso. The conditions, zombies are able to say they didn't ask us to help them out in the fight. They was better yet where they at. Just like that, we're able to never will. Because that's the whole point. And that multiple item frame with no sword like this is not a flip to stay at this arm for hours. So that it rotates and creates this loading screen animation you see here. Which would be great for making your friends think they have a connection. Or it might be useful perhaps the next time you set up your mouse. Possibly something to the point if you save while you get everything ready. And really so few of the Minecraft textures are animated, so it's nice to see us make do where we can. Minecraft is steadily adding new methods to choose from. Maybe new acts on trial. Which one some remember one solutions to the bottom. Now press right click to get yourself over the head loyalty. After all, why go straight to the source with a loyalty to free tried? No kidding. This thing lacks in full stuff really makes up for companionship. So try this thing to pull off the inventory slot of speed bridge and gravity racks. You're gonna need a lot of pay attention to this one. Macro as you can see, because you can more analog simulate Minecraft. As the channel's beast and better than your shows, all we need is some LS that goes the right way. Make the horses feel carefully right, but have a little bit of speed fastest possible survival. Which is impressive for sure. You kind of use the hollow. If you want to sum it up on Reddit, this tag is a zombification. Then we'll be able to keep it alive long enough to play dead. And then after we add in the dinner bone name tag to it with some end rods over top later. Bubble streams, directly into water, those projectiles will ricochet and bounce along the bubbles. Now, if only had solid things flat as this chain tree, that would be slow. At its highest level, swiftly increases you make a couple of baskets, about as fast as you would bring a basketball. And hey, since it works with other entities, the right amount of power slide here for the next teams who can. In Minecraft, please watch the second your fair share of jumps. And while throwing that stuff into a fire is automatic, you really want to get rid of fast, but it seems on some chance you can't ever sinking down into the sticky stuff. You don't have a cactus on hand. There is one option, and no, I don't get it. Items rank 3, just like you and me. That versus things upon elsewhere. Things edge the sky one by one frames. Essentially take a large landscape, have a small diorama, which is kind of item kick this whole system. But if this village house placed on the trap like so, and then this trap, I think we've all done that once with our very same house. Water buckets, and then rendering it sideways on that diorama. I get it, it's like practical skill, but at this understand you didn't just get down for reality. Alright, to give yourself a little side the blocks left solid is mining your stone water. This is an added lesson that has gateway side of hard and smooth stuff. Plus, you take it up great to see slide the 6-sided system returns. Since that allows you to water maybe it's a great land, or if you want to add in extra redstone functionality, you can use this as a way to extend the use to push for the past 12 blocks. I just think we'll just have these features that were swing animation Minecraft plays so it seems like especially if they've already picked these features, this trapdoor is now performs the Minecraft live stream this way too. Check and insert the live board cards. This doesn't get enough shows. This game, around here, we'll try to see the system. Try that out, then try to catch on fire. Or until you win, you're going to manage the CNC. They're just too small to push down here to die on the spot. Also, they got a little inside of turning zombies. And when we showed off the house, here's the system. Down to like 8. Clearly, armor stands can be used for some amazing things. And with one command blocks, we push that can technically happen. All of these entities data changes are very big, so we're really not going to be much of a dance. All of that savers understand like this. Don't take place in working system manner, which is going to help you this time. You don't need to hide yourself from arguments. It's hard to beat a lot of this option. This will allow you to take control from Helix. We can buy ourselves some just as well hang out at this example. If you messed around with map making, there's plenty of you can blow your head. And once scores fine on their own, they get no one to have a stopwatch next to your armor stands. And my favorite example is saying after all the user showed off on Reddit, use all that other post 10 armor stands on long scale of our towers. I think there's catchy and architecture fairly have a temple base. And come to think of it, this technique could also be used for some when you put them in powdered snow, watch this fish closely. Because in bedrock, that's how it happens on bedrock. Fish inside of even trying to think of a source like this, that stays in the same place. Speed animation completely speed up. Until, as you can see, it's a pretty wild results. No matter how much speed it builds up, as soon as the fish actually leaves the loss, the same animation goes fast. Then if you add one more, we're trying to build up speed for 12 hours, like constant damage to take die. Which is great for traps, but it's not as great for like Minecraft. And why you can change this with the game dwarf, you can also break this limited survival if there's water leaks down a vine. That's by just using any climbable ladder and making several custom maps with the water designed like so. This makes convincing. If you really want to give your PC a jump scare, all you have to do after this is break one of the blocks of the wall. That should be those mobs to spill out. Engine debris as many as the best with lava resistance. All take it as one ground mob into the last make this these are items that get a ground mob and try to lava over the top of the super smelter and have a hoppers on fire. Then used to bed, but he needs smoke scrap. Or probably room down here to die lava bot, which is much cooler than just some simple burns. Shown up in the slime This is the rarest enchanted armor stand based on 5 layers of snow and ginger glass armor for a jar lemon. One update with the final trap door. Those had every section that happened in case they just come by. The bird will go. In Bedrock Skyrim, it's impossible Bedrock can go to the sea place or remote on top of it. Have slime blocks, let them jump on top of it, and then when you finally get inside, it's the rarest enchanted helmet locked by the game. Don't try to hit them with the sky. Giving you a chance with efficiency, get them in no put it in an item frame to have it be impressive. Shields are a very useful tool. Like a regular enchanted leather helmet. Speed is the last thing I'm really why we're interested. Bedrock Edition, might put it in a chest and find that. Starting on the shield, next punch the ball. Time hop over to that knock that out for something like that. Discover a technique like that. You can alternate one of these other players and essentially create a ladder. Experience points on average. You can even use this jump 6 points high in some cases. And not to mention that you tons of rocks to get can also help you with the horizontal distance as well. Making these bands completely producing them in a stop. Sometimes there's other points and complex uses too. I see this as a simple options like copper clocks and such. If you're willing to make a redstone clock, then this is fine. As you'll see, our solution here is gravity and the violation of that 5 redstone. Having a mob stand on top of some turtle eggs takes a set amount of time before they crack. So given that, there is a theory that you can form some kind of timer that every time you get out of the boat, enhances the current velocity. Seem the nicest, but if you're really looking for a timer that's light on redstone, this does do the trick. So maybe just keep this behind closed doors until you think there's no sausage gets made, alright? I'm mixing together a grindstone with the craft save yourself when that went away from here. We're taking a grindstone like this head, give yourself the ring head free tracking by light drops. Like this example, this trick shot history. Watch closely, so you can do it. You see them get a rainstorm on their head, and really use this to get ourselves working with a crafter. 400 blocks per second. Someone who laughed at the difficult to land transportation, let alone a headshot. Is a practical tool that's got no size timing. There's still a chance that we see a shot. That way we basically spare ourselves waiting for time to drive the rail server. And just start the right height. Make just throw some series which I think is just fantastic. Minecraft has blocks and it has blocks. Oftentimes, it doesn't actually side effects. That changes today. Since with the help of cleverly coded falling sand entities and armor stamps, this Reddit user was capable of animating proper functional jumping pistols. Begins out with any mods and resource packs, but in fact, it's fully possible using just command blocks or data pack in vanilla. And the results are equal parts ridiculous and impressive to see. And honestly, this just feels like a Pixar reference waiting to happen. Now, this feels total Minecraft with why? To answer that, we first need to know that the Teen Wolf's tail is linked to its health. So the lower its health, the lower the tail. And conversely, if you use commands to make it have a higher health, the tail starts spinning. So if you were to use the effect commands to give the dog both health boost and regeneration, you can watch its tail spin in real time. Never imagine something try to watch it. Building a house is the title's oldest time in Minecraft. Every game built yourself a pretty good house slide. That's why this best in the house on the wise falling blocks is so loud. What's happening here is tied up together with the ray command block, and it's each and every block directly over an entity that finally gives us our finished result. This is more helpful set of rules that you can see here on screen. Make the portal, and then with repeating always active I think we've all wanted to be an constantly teleport $1 billion entity, that's whatever entity you want to follow. So give us 2 options. Crystal ball to spawn your surrounding mower, your enemies. I work at that science. As like you don't need to do Minecraft. We do have a TNT that we lost a lot of years.
decided to a small space and launch us right towards the set blocking and sun blast protection totals of 9 units. So why are we not then allowed to place down that same block?
Fireworks for your light trap.
And to make matters even funnier, this thing actually seems to we go straight from swimming and head up to the scenic sky. And well, that's ridiculous enough on its own. It's 3 million of Minecraft servers takes flight. Picture that you somewhere safe. This could have been thrown down back for a village which are also some types. They're going to warn you when it's wild. This blew my mind when I first heard. It's kind of a redstone or new like cobalt. Sure enough, those are likely that it could have been some unused flow. If you're not prepared, we would be a tough opponent. There's a lot of changes in harder guys that we have. HP no name, taking one down is rather just crafted into a separate item. And given the fact that, as it turns out, we've wasted our time to slap us an actual like there's actually no generator drop along victory. By crafting yourself a junk powered firework rocket block, that's all it is that every time this happens, it's 10 seconds as low as after you do that, then simply hold down the right click button to get ready for the harder someone came by and broke my Minecraft blocks come just because which never stair step like build. We can make it so easy for that walk that we take out of the box just so I can make it over. Practical guarantees that we can visit your breath with a question mark is how it works. Besides a prank, you might actually find yourself saving your friends on larger scale. It's good enough for me. Last time I just barely had stats for his keyboards. I remember Simcoe's Resto catch. You can always grab that as a iron. The sneak one of these little guys on by summoning a bunch of orange stones around a relative position. And then, to give that subtle curve, we have them face to the center point and give us a push to the end gate how to make it trade to that same water, meaning we can do our trade higher swing at lock. And both of which are plenty of access there's plenty of armor tied up. Actually, the fastest of armor staircase. The addition of armor curve as a way to skip off the way out. Just so they can stand in the middle of the timer staircase. They can only dump and short of the staircase will crush nice. And expensive enough to have these armor. Even though you can't see it, use it spend more expensive to get more out of villagers. It's actually good armor to see inventory. I noticed that testing out for kids. Just figuring out survival. And you can make too much out to check out. And with help of command blocks, a lot of players have found out that armor is definitely a useful trick to keep them alive. Now your player can add to everything else in your house. And send it out into the entirely wireless. This is much more focused out of this is by having a two name has visible edit range. This as long as you're in the same amount of texture and detail, it's not obscure items called in the store. And while they're typically a lot smaller, the delay it takes for that top already set the item. Let's be honest, I feel this looks totally realistic. And you go into the time and animation, then you might just have a firefly which is nice because it's about the game otherwise. Keep in mind, this is still reliable, but maybe not like this. Mostly intended for the deceased curse. When you got it there, it's surprisingly small. Usually, you can sort of prepare for long conception. That's like a make something with custom bacon vanilla. This does wind up being a pretty expensive facade. The results are definitely unique. And it might be the perfect prank for your next friend's visit. Now, the family's first thing that you won't notice is like spaghetti, especially the mosaic block. Why don't we just do pranks which is an invisible item? Prank on both sides of the block. Sound like a lot of sound spaghetti noodles. If we took a villager into a minecart like this, he's probably still gonna be down a little bit. Exactly make our very own grease mid-air that rides around your floor. And that's small, right? Examples like this, birds, potatoes, jump. Normal walking straps after 5 seconds, 170 walks per second. Straight walking, that goes out Minecraft's gonna change that 5 pointers. We can't just have that small margin. We're able to make this jump a quick amount of walks. And to even try this, first you're gonna need to jump, sprint, essentially forward the exact same pace. And then you hold that heading to the last jump. This could kind of strike the back and forth. You can even have that alone as water. Pull this off, take another as close to 45 degrees to the side as possible. That's right. Don't go as compost. Just jump back there and do this video. The slab, never stand like this. Pop up the back off and choose out our compost. And then the other point is that you have to compost with something like hay. Or that compost would completely hide the head inside. Or rather, all kinds of takes too late. We're press the button, we're going to open up this store. But not in the way you expect. This is by retexturing different things to work with our iron doors. For the first one, we got trap doors. The next one is a TNT duper to blast our way through. This isn't Steam, but rather this old human boss in the process. Instead of following posts, we just go out understand. This was rather I honestly don't know. Behind the scenes thing all like TM is actually happening. Now that is survival very cool. Not obviously confused creative commands. We're rendered this display to play on map 12, 16, or 48. But I put in this many custom slides. But you instead use if you bring them back, it could be useful too. If you want to take a screenshot of the entire end aisle and then transfer to clear status that fit that below SRGs, your entire render distance. So this becomes a little bit more variability on the iron lag. And if you're going to try this out, I should say, marshmallows are going to be turned into atomic resolution outside of this slot. Otherwise, I'll cause the ability to blend in with all the sideways. The horizontal lines that they have on top, the bedrock portal in the end. Let's get off my back. Sillies that might sound. This guy shows us this machine shoots 6 arrows into a situation like this. Here's the dripstone, then close it back in. When you break this on and off switch, you catch up with the dripstone and together to revolver. And you decide to go to a strategy. So even though made in space sounds like Steve was machine. When you pull it off, the sounds brand new. When you spot something special. When you look around, the only dripstone kill that's even the top one that green got on double. Minecraft. All we need is the light works. First off, we're going to fly down step ocean. We'll hold up the space bar so we clear our shots back up to the top of the water. That point, we use our host start walking backwards. There's a fun cycle where machines remember these things up to you like worry about the world. It doesn't make sense to have this under exploration. It's awesome. Then you don't take any damage. And if we're raising the winter desert temple, you're supposed to sail that stone carefully and still you can actually all good. But even going out plans, underneath a slab like this, maybe the raft crouching down. That's the one that needs to fix it. Not introduce the black damage to say. It actually means that we might even just take the really massive cows for your level, right?
You find out these fish love our background.
Better than dying outright. Then, after we place these down and spawn, this will not burn. Anyone who respawns are entities, but you send them into the command like this. And then by putting in vulnerable attacks here for the NPT data, that bonus is not gonna die. But you'll see as much more get out into the lava. Still a pretty funny conversation started to have. Like just using the scope blocks, we have a texture that matches the void that we see out the end. So if we're trying to across the lava like this, a couple of endstone blocks and eyes of Venture, you have the perfect artificial needs to put on display your next boxes.
We can change their name to taxable subject and start getting paid back for that real estate tax. And we're going to get us the higher the skill level of the villager, the more rent they'll pay. Which goes out of the jump on pay $100 a day for your land. You get all to a master yourself, you get 5 blocks a day. Getting slightly early, they're not going to pay you any more taxes. And they've got to cover their health care. But if the other doesn't have any social healings, you can bring them right back up and start earning your profits just like you were. You won't avoid those laws anyway. This might look like a fall to certain taxes any better. Really, it will be unless you're able to land in the foodstuffs that's out of the water. In fact, every item within the game becomes something. And the reason it's exactly one pixel is that chests are exactly one pixel smaller than give it to your friends. So then when they download it, you just compress it when you start. Then you can let the water flow as far as possible. That's the only purpose you would ever do this for. Then restore hunger. Just at this point, I just think it's funny that this weird microscopic amount of water is able to break our fall. It'll just something like a cauldron that's never been able to. And honestly, it gives me another opportunity to call out the blocks. Being a bad block, that's a worthwhile skill in its own right. And then by using pressure plates for the things plates, we can really make this look quite literally. And for my money, the best part of this whole facade is using an invisible item for it to add in a little shovel for a spoon. That's just perfect. It's the fastest way to escape from a maze instead of breaking blocks. It's a real treacherous place. Tactics like always stand to the left wall and so on. But the way that Spikey built it here, even the best of advice and tips and tricks are going to be able to get you out of this one. There's one pain point for another. It's possible to make a maze blaze rods never come back. The player never escapes. And to me, this feels like something out of a fantasy novel. Almost like a labyrinth of crazy mythology. At this point, if this only one block thick, that results in a singular break out of thicker layers of drip changing. Why can't it change the spawn and step on our first eviction? Villagers are scared of sponges. Drip leaf underneath. Now they realize that this user's data pack to make it so that dry and wet sponges can scare our villagers. And then this happens again. It could be useful to keep certain areas off. Again to a few more drip leaf until eventually we create a ripple of destruction throughout our world. Like the opposite of watching a completely break field of dirt on bedrock. Instead, you watch a simple red drip blocks learn their dirty secret. None of this is real block back simulation. And for some reason, that completely messes with the Piglin's AI. We're now trying every single tick possible. I'm happy to be a fallen you'd just be out a bit of redstone. It's more of a noise complaint than anything that's going to fill your pockets. This game is only possible with Bedrock Edition. Since in Java, if you don't have transparent pixels in the first skin layer, it'll just turn them black instead. But in Bedrock, that's not the case. And the only requirement of Bedrock is that you have just one visible pixel. Making for this Bedrock camouflage skin. Steve's technology isn't exactly high-tech. So if you're tired of the dark ages and bring your realm into the information age, why not try this? You won't take any gradient banner like this on a shield. You need a pretty convincing self-vote when it's placed in item frame. Specifically, while I doubt that T-Mobile has coverage on your server, this might be a nifty detail to add to your next desk. Did you know that hay bale half blocks is the limit? Kind of. Because if you're going to farm a villager like this one and then tuck it underneath the slab or stair, it's possible to have a 49 actually blends in with the hay bale texture. 14 plus pretty ridiculous, but if you look for breeder, I think you won't get a shot. Because as we all know, nothing comes cheaper than villager labor. Just make sure you don't look too close at the time. What if Minecraft wasn't made of cubes? It sounds like it doesn't work pretty good. Really, you think it's weird that gravel roads would take an entirely no cubes mod to try and figure that out for yourself. Sure, I can still recognize the terrain and everything, but am I comfortable looking at it? I think pretty much gravel roads. What's really impressive is it just makes more sense. So optimized, it actually runs better than how blocks were used to. With how you think
skeletons coming out of the sand, but not exactly those skeletons have something you can creep off the shelf and find something that would be ready to scare your friends and get back on the hawk.
Printed Snake Slinky! 3D 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 printed snake Slinky. Printed snake Slinky. Printed snake Slinky. 3D printed snake Slinky. Printed snake Slinky. 3D 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 Slinky! 3D printed snake 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 Slinky! 3D 3D printed snake Slinky. 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 3D 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 printed snake Slinky.
3D
3D printed snake Slinky. 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 3D 3D printed snake Slinky. 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 3D Printed Next Slinky. 3D Printed Snake 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 Slinky. 3D 3D printed snake Slinky. 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 3D 3D printed snake Slinky. 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 3D printed next 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 Slinky. 3D 3D printed snake Slinky. 3D printed snake Slinky.